Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. I hope everyone had a really awesome weekend. We'll get into the Poppy Playtime predictions soon enough. We'll have plenty of time to cook up some good ideas today. But before we get into all of that, hi, how is everyone? We've got our usuals here. Hello, Q. Hello, Kolar. Hello, Cherry. And hello to everyone else who is lurking. We're going to get things started off with our Christmas wreath, or December wreath, I should say, because it wasn't really specifically for a holiday or anything of that sort. I have tried about 6 times now to organize all of our ornaments on our tree, or our wreath. There are 87 of them, which is easily more than double what I was expecting. But we're just going to play around here in the beginning of stream and try to move them around and get them decorated so that they all fit. The big problem I've been having with it is that I've just kind of, I don't know, I keep laying them out in ways that don't work. There's huge gaps in some areas and then it's all clustery, fucky, all in another area. And part of it's because right now they're in alphabetical order in the layers off to the side here, so I'm trying to make it so that they have the stars scattered around, not all clustered up here at the top. How was your weekend? It was pretty good. We've been starting to get some of the footage for the player and for Adam's avatar. We had a lot of fun with that yesterday. Aside from the endo bullshit, I'd say it was pretty good. This has been a rough flare this time, though. Not nearly as bad as they often are, but I say that as though they're not always like that. I'm gonna try just kind of sprinkling all of our stars in various places right off the bat. Now, this is what I've done each time I've tried to do this, and each time it has not ended well. But all we can do is hope. Now, I do have the old ones in place still. I'm going to go ahead and turn those off, so it's a little less cluttered. Could go in a spiral pattern from the outer edge towards the center. You know, you'd think. But the hard part is trying to just make sure everyone is all crammed in here. I didn't want anyone to overlap too much or anything. I know right now you can't read the names at all. Don't worry. It's high enough res that when you zoom in, you can. But my big mistake that I made the last few times that I tried this is I kept putting them in all around at the same time. And I think what I should do is just start up here at the top and then just layer them downwards, because that way we'll have plenty of room and anything that overlaps will go on top of anything in the back, which is where I was running into so many problems trying to reorganize the way the layers are down. Because again, it's 87 layers that we're trying to work with. Not complaining about that. It's just a lot of layers. And I want everyone to have a good amount of space. I want everyone to shine. Maybe we can put 2 stars together up here. Then we have a weird gap. But I figure if we can get the top layer sorted, we'll be good. Admittedly, I'm having a hard time remembering some of the things that we did over the weekend. The brain fog has been the absolute worst part of this flare. I feel like I have short-term memory loss. It is insane how little I've been able to keep track of.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! Speaking of yesterday's photo shoot, Tot was being a great help by providing a body to be Lucifer, using Creative's Lucifer. We've got quite a few fun pictures from that. So I will be sure to tag Creative in the Ko-fi listing once I get Adam up for sale, because I'm really hoping that if anyone sees those pictures and sees Creative's Lucifer, they will lose their mind over it the same way that we have. Although I'd love nothing more than to have fun and stream chatting with y'all, I do in fact have to go to try and sleep, as job center is making me wake up at 6 in the morning for a job fair. Oof, that is an awful time to have to get up. But I wish you the best of luck. I hope that you can find something good there. I'm going to say the model does not come with the wing size option, and I know you've got pictures of me messing with that. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to be using any of those. Those were definitely just kind of, we are goofing around and having fun. These are pictures for us. Adam looked great in the pics I saw. Thank you. Honestly, Rosie's done an outstanding job. Like, every single one of her pictures look amazing. I am not very good at taking pictures of anything that puts it in a good highlight. Yes, she was. I can say one thing, right away, starting from the top is working out a lot better than the last several attempts. I could squeeze somebody else in there if it weren't for Suka's fluff. Maybe we'll find somebody else who has horns or ears or something like that. I feel bad the dolly thing wasn't working for you, because like I feel like mine was, but I'm shit with it. No, it was very validating to know that it also wasn't working for Rosie and for Kevin, because I truly thought that, like, I knew I had brain fog going on and I knew I had already hit the vape, but I had only hit the vape once and it had already been a little bit. So I was clear-headed enough that I should have been able to figure it out. And the fact that it kept not working in a different way every single time was just infuriating me. It's like, what am I doing wrong? I know I'm dumb, but I'm not this dumb. That might be a good spot for Suka. I don't know, we might be able to squeeze somebody else up here, though. We might move this one. Hey, Ninji! I hope you're doing good. And I was a poor teen who didn't have a camera. Taking pics in games was my hobby. Aw! No, we need people like you, though. We need people to take pictures of things in-game, because honest to God, like, if I'm gonna go and have to make a thumbnail and get just like a clear shot of a repo robot or something. I really don't want to have to go boot up the game and try to do that myself. We need people who show off the game's highlights. It starts at 8 a.m., although it'll only take 30 minutes to get down there. I'm going to need at least an hour to properly wake up. Mood. It always takes me at least an hour to wake up. Like, actually wake up and not just be awake. Really did not do myself any favors in this spot. Q, I think we're going to scoot you down a little bit. It's time! Thank you, Ninji! We're bound to have a good stream now.
Music start!
Do 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 chi 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 whoop-bye boing boing chi 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 whoop-bye boing boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge 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 chi chi wo moge moge. You can't have a bad day with Parka Fagore. Oh yeah, Kolar, absolutely. In fact, I've passed the avatars along to Rosie and to a couple of other people who I trust with it to be able to take pictures of it. If you happen to bump into her at any point on VR, or Kevin, I think Kevin also has them, feel free to ask for them, because again, you are part of that circle of people that I trust to not be handing out my work for free. That's one of the good sides about having them be VR chat avatars, is that I don't actually have to be present for other people to be able to take pictures of them. Also, can I just say, I think I've worked out how to fix the issue I was having on my model with the outfits, but it's so frustrating feeling like I can't fix it yet. I'm stuck at work for another 3 hours. Oh no! That is the worst feeling. Parka Fagore and his magic color-changing belt. We're gonna make that canon for him. I'm going to buy it. You can't stop me, Frag. I am looking forward to that so much just because I want to see you sleep drunk as Adam. If you guys haven't had the pleasure of seeing Sleep Drunk Tot, it is a gift. We'll probably go ahead and look at some of those pictures at some point throughout today, because this is going to be a very easygoing stream today. We have nothing pressing that needs to be done right away. We do. Yeah, no, we do. We have... All right, hold on. I'm already going to have to get into it. We have one picture of Tot in particular where she's in the iconic falling asleep in VR pose. And it's so funny because the moment you see it, it is so accurate to the this person is about to be dead in 5 seconds position. I do have clips, but nothing has been edited yet. And I also realized I fucked up. I'm so mad at myself for this. I don't think we lost anything important, but my replay buffer used to be set to 10 minutes. And I think a little while ago I changed it to 5 because I realized I was taking these massive clips for funny things that only had like 3 seconds of footage. So I stopped for a while and I forgot to change it back for yesterday's clips for what we were taking. And I don't think we lost anything of value. But I was really mad to find out that all of my clips were only 5 minutes and not 10. Okay, hold on. Let me see if this will let me open it here. There we go. So look at you. That's Tot in this picture. Tot is the Lucifer. And like the longer that I had to have them stand in this position for a bit because of the angle that I was trying to get. This one was taken by who was this one? This is one of Rosie's. So we were kind of just like spam taking pictures of all different angles. And while Rosie was taking pictures of this one, I was taking pictures of this scene too from behind Lucifer, and Kevin was taking them from behind Adam. But we had them standing in this pose for long enough that, Tot, you went from this stance to about like 3 or 4 inches lower. Because the longer that we had you standing here, the longer you were sort of zonking out. Maybe we'll look over some of those clips a little later in the stream. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably am going to end up taking some time off to actually compile those videos. Because it takes me a while to make them, unfortunately. They're not a quick process. At least I haven't found a way to make them quick yet. I might have to put Katsu somewhere else. I don't know. That's not a bad place. Hello, Iguana! It's so good to see you. We are currently working on actually organizing all of these ornaments. Which is something that I've been meaning to do for a bit here, but just keep juggling these projects. I hope you liked my boop I figured out how to make. Your boop was beautiful. And don't worry, there's plenty of your boop in literally every video. Did you set any kind of radius for the sound drop-off? Because it appears like it's global. As in, it plays no matter where you... at the same set volume no matter where you are when it goes off. I can help you with that too, Tot, because I actually discovered something with the player avatar. So I did 2 different ways of doing sound on the player. And in the past, the way that I've done sound is the way that a lot of the tutorials said to do it, which was to just have an audio source, a VRC audio source, that would become active and then deactivate. But if you're doing things through the animator, you can actually have a different audio source that will be dependent on when an animation plays as opposed to when an object becomes active. And the one when the animation plays is so much better because you can alternate between different sound clips, which is how I have the player's like retraction and extension sound playing. Yeah, yeah. Well, hello, Lil Bald. It's so good to see you. And hello, grandparents. I hope you enjoy your time here. I apologize in advance. Just for general, whatever is offensive. It's when an object becomes active, and that's why I had to make a second contact. If there's a better way, I'd love to know. Yeah, so you can probably put them both on the same object or the same empty. Do you have them on an empty in the first place, or is it just a... You know what? It would be easier for us to take a look at the project together. But you said that you're off work in about 3 hours or so, so anytime after stream I can hop on and help you out with it. Man, some of these ornaments got so big in comparison to the base shapes. Borrowing Little Bulb to show your stream. I see. Well, I have a little bit of a small surprise for you. I had just enough time before we got started today that I noticed that your Carno looked a little off. So I maybe went in and did a quick color change so that your Carno looks more Kevin. I've actually found an easier way to go about doing that too. Because originally I thought I was going to have to go and upload every single one of the templates into, what is the program that we use for pixel art? I forget. Hold on, let me look it up. Sprite. But yeah, it turns out I could do it inside because of some of the settings I didn't realize I could toggle off and on. Finished making my house in Hightail earlier. Gone and put it in show and tell before I sleep. Let me go take a look over there. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words a bit still. Thank you, baby! Oh my god, is that a masky U2's? What the hell? I never thought that I'd see pop culture figures of marble hornets. Oh, that's a beautiful house. I'm really gonna have to look into this game. It seems like it's just Minecraft, but with more stuff. But obviously that would be very appealing because the one thing that is very limiting about Minecraft is how it doesn't have a lot of stuff outside of mods. Oh wait, no, we want to leave her there. I'm gonna scooch Snake around a bit. Can we put him on this branch? We might be able to justify that. And then we'll move Rosie somewhere else, but... Quack is on its own smaller empty object with a contact closer to the face. It becomes awake when active, so when a finger or hand touches it, it becomes active. Lilbald just joined Osaka Bean's cult. Aww! I just had Osaka Bean on earlier too. Wait! Hello, Silverwing! Have a wonderful stream. We're gonna walk on the beach. Grandma and Grandpa say good night, and they loved seeing you on stream. Good night, Grandma and Grandpa! Enjoy the beach for me! It's been forever since I've been walking on a beach. I keep telling myself this summer I'm gonna take Bronx and go to the beach. That's one of our big goals. She's never been. I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Hey, Sleepy. Hope you're doing well. Oh gosh, we're already starting to get into these more complicated head shapes. Where do I put you? Cooking me some hot wings in the deep fryer before bed. Now that is self-care. I feel like maybe I'm gonna relocate you, Sleepy. Because you've actually got those nice wide ears. If we can cram you in somewhere where we can... Yeah, like that you work like a puzzle piece there. By the way, does Movie Friday night count as Valentine's Day holiday? Oh, you know what? I hadn't even thought about doing any movie nights for February. Yeah, I would count that. What kind of movies would we do for Valentine's Day? For Valentine's month? Of course, we've always got a classic of My Bloody Valentine. We could also do a fun game of watching terrible Hallmark relationship movies where the typical white couple falls in love. Take a water shot every time something stereotypical happens. Binge Love on the Spectrum. trying to think if I do have any actual romance movies that I like. Speaking of Valentine's Day, just and giving out love Valentine's card stuff. That doesn't mean that they become couples, it's just cards, I think. Yeah, so I've always liked to think of Valentine's Day as it's less about romantic love and more about just love in general. Like, I really don't care what kind of love it may be. If it's platonic, if it's romantic, if it's sexual, it doesn't matter as long as it's positive and good and the people involved enjoy it. I'm trying not to do too much overlapping, but I think some is okay. Whee! I'm gonna go now. Gotta keep an eye on my cooking, so have a good night and take care. You too, Sleepy, and thank you for the big stretch. Problem with being the new partner in most of my poly relationships means that I feel like I'm kind of I kind of have to take a back seat on Valentine's. Aw! You could look at it that way, or you could take it as a challenge. Instead of taking a back seat to it, you could try and outdo everyone. Be the most loving. You will be loved. That is a threat. I think we can scooch mime up a little, maybe? Some of y'all have such big ears. Tot, you're getting re-scooched again. How dare. See, this is what I'm afraid of. Like, we're already taking up more than half of the wreath, and we're not halfway through the list. Is it me? Could I compile better? Wee! Hello, Zatanni. It's free Wreath estate. Start making them hang off of each other at the bottom. It's okay, because every once in a while we'll get a regular ball, and we can just put that ball in just about anywhere. Try not to have too many of them clustered together like this, but... Do I spy a fat gum ornament at the top? Yeah, that was Victor's. He requested it be fat gum. I don't actually know anything about the character, but I figured I could have some fun with the shape. Hey, Bronx, why are you trying to dig to China on my bed? Girl. Come on, honey. Yeah, you don't have to make the bed fluffier. It's already fluffy. Just like you. Yeah. Get you some head scritchies. Good girl. Suddenly got hit with a fresh jalapeno taste and smell. I have not had any fresh jalapeno. That's probably not good. I don't think that's the sign of having a stroke. It's more like burnt toast usually. The only thing really is that he eats a lot of food. His power is that damage he takes consumes his body fat, and he can release the energy back out. Man, that's such a great power. You never have to worry about actually having to control your weight. You just blow up. Tell Bronx she's a sweet pea.
Bronca, Tot says to tell you you're a sweet pea. Yeah, are you a sweet pea? You sure are. Good girl. Good girl.
It's from my vape? Why does my vape taste like jalapeno? Hello, Hebda. Good to see you. We're working on reorganizing all of the ornaments on this crazy wreath from everyone who subbed back in December. I've tried to redo it a couple of times here, and it's taken a while to get it to a good point. We're hoping that this will be the time that works. Tot, you're never going to believe this. I'm moving you again. It's because you're a mammal and mammals can taste capsaicin. There should be no capsaicin in my cola-flavored vape juice. Recent episode of MHA Vigilante Anime shows Fat Gum landing on top of an explosion, contains it but still has to release the energy, but safely after the smoke clears. He's thinner and showing muscles? Man, anime is such a bizarre thing. I was never really that big of an anime fan. Not that there's anything wrong with it or anything, I'm just, it's not as much my thing, is all. It tends to be noisy, so I didn't pick up on it much as a kid. Characters make a lot of sound for reasons that they don't really need to. Like, it's very comical to me how much anime is just characters looking at each other and going, "Oh," or "Gah." Dragon Ball goes, "Ah!" Character does the "Gah" for no reason other than hearing bad news. Not to mention how noisy hentai is. It's practically the same thing, Kolar. Guess it's because it was awkward otherwise. I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with it. It is very much a good way of doing animation. But with me and my noise sensitivity and everything, it just... I realized it was one of those things that the reason I wasn't enjoying it wasn't because of the art and the way it was done. It's just because I was getting overstimulated watching it without realizing it. Actually, we've got to go back and grab some of these extra guys up here that I put up in the corner because we were getting too many of them in the same spot. So, Meepzilla, where are you gonna go? Right about there. Instead of animating an actual emotion, they went with the noise. That's not a bad way of looking at it, actually. That feels kind of more accurate. Like my anime made by Westerners. Cyberpunk, Edge Runners, Castlevania, if you count it. I like one anime from France called Waifu. I've heard of that one. That one kind of started out with more of like almost like a Newgrounds art style. It was a lot more Western looking than usual anime styles, but I really liked what they did with it. It's related to Dofus too, isn't it? Oh, okay. See, I've never seen either one of them, and I wasn't sure which one came first, so I wasn't sure which one to watch first. But I'd seen several clips from it that I really liked. Tried watching an anime on Netflix once that was the cheapest thing I have ever seen. They had like no animation. It was a slideshow. If a character got upset, they required emotion, they'd just cut to a shot outside the building so that they didn't have to animate them shouting. Oh, that's genius. I love that. Running into a little bit of trouble with this area. Oops. Maybe... Where are we going to squish Kevin? It's not too bad of a spot. We might be able to fit one of the, like, normal ball shapes in here. I think I'm going to scooch Kohi a little under Lawrence's leg. There we go. If I don't end up close to my boyfriend, I will riot frag. Which one's your boyfriend? Just Kevin? Because I tried that the first couple of times. Listen, hear me out. I tried to keep y'all in groups. But I ended up with like a cluster of people over here, and then a cluster of people over here, and then a huge gap somewhere in between that I could not fill because nobody wants to puzzle piece their heads together. Again, we are still not halfway through this list. The amount of times I'm going to have to redo this. Yeah, we're cooked. This is why this didn't get done over the weekend. Okay, hold up. We can trade Cat's place for Kevin. We can make Kevin closer to you. Look at this. Look. It was perfect. It was made to be. We'll squish Speedy in here next to both of you. Just need to hold on to the two ornaments. Like you're holding action figures and go, now kiss, bangs figures against each other. Dangle them. Hey, Sir Gillingham. Playing SM2, so that's basically what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm thinking this is not gonna be the one. I'm really starting to lose faith in our amount of remaining space. There's no way. We've still got like 10 more to go. Easily more than 10. Maybe we can move Galaxy. Wait. Why is everyone so big? Maybe we need 2 wreaths. Yeah, it's getting awful crowded down here. It's like playing the melon game. It's just there's nothing left. We can't do it. They're not gonna fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's still 10 more, folks. It's not happening. Oh no, what do we do? Maybe I can just shrink them a little more, just a little bit, and then we'll go back and keep wiggling them. It's not hopeless. Okay. Okay. We're gonna try this. We resized it a little. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna one by one shimmy all of them back up a little bit into a little bit of a better spot. See if we can get a little more extra space somewhere in here. We can do this. This is feasible. We just have to wiggle everyone a little. And maybe go in and erase the rope part off of the top ones. This is feastable. Frag is better than I. They'd be dangling if it was me doing it. I'm gonna end up erasing the string off of every single one of these. But I'm not gonna do it until I have no other option. I said that, but I think I'm doing that right fucking now. It's fine. Everything's fine. Doing a burger run to Culver's. You want anything? I can always go for some fries. And it's big projects like this that I kick myself so hard on. Because I'll make one little mistake, and then that one little mistake haunts me throughout every single individual item.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check, Gilly. Admittedly, that did startle me a little bit. I got too focused.
And a big stretch.
Alright, the rest of them are all up top still. Okay. Now we can go through and wiggle them a little more. I'm determined to not have to start over. Some of these we can't move yet. I think we're going to move you out of here for a minute. Because now everything's going to start moving around. Everything's going to start moving around and not fitting correctly. But that's okay, it just means that we're getting more space. Some of these kind of moved around more than I would like them to. I'm gonna have to be a little more deliberate in how I'm doing this.
Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, pay attention. Pay attention. Dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle.
I'm doing my best. I only have two modes, completely focused or completely unfocused. If you get these unfortunate spaces where it's like, that's not big enough to put the ornament there, but it wants to be. And some of them that fit so perfectly before don't fit well at all now. I am going to allow for just a little bit more overlapping, especially on the ones that don't really have anything, like the sort of blank ones. Because as long as the name can be read, that's all that really matters on those. At least that's kind of how I'm looking at it. If that doesn't feel right, though, please say something, because I don't want anyone to feel like they're not being given priority and on the same level as everybody else. I don't like that spot. I wonder if we switched Q and Suka. Still not really a great fit. So we got that one in cut up there. Both of you have points. Oh, wait, no, that works. And maybe we can fit a ball over here. Okay, I'll scooch Silverwing up a little. Unless we might... maybe we'll trade you. Let's see what we can do with this. Sir Gillingham, we're going to move you up to this branch. And remove Robipple up here. I don't think we'll be able to fit another ball in there. Unless we've really put you out on this side. Let's try that, actually. Scooch Bipple a little further over. I think we can maybe make something work. Oh yeah, we can totally cram another ball in there. Maybe not that one. That one's got too long of a name. Where's Space Cadet? You can probably fit in there. Nope, your name's too big too. Meme Man. There you go. All right, let's get Pyro scooched up some. Start moving you guys around at the bottom here. Phoenixian. Oh, I don't want to lose your wing. Maybe we can put that on top a little bit. All their layers are named after the names. So for some of them, I'm having a hard time finding them to move them. Just because there are so many of them. Might trade places over here for you. So I think Sleepy's horns might fit in there better. And then we gotta find something pointy to go in there. Maybe I could put Spooka over here? Space Cadet, I'm gonna put you over here. And Spooka. All right, Silver Wind. Or Wing. Silver Wing. There we go. Maybe we can do a little less pushing and overlapping. I'm not sure. I'm afraid to ease off because the moment we do, it's the moment we run out of space again. Morbid Mime. Move you up. And little old. We did lose the spot that Lenora went. Hmm. Maybe we could trade. Because we don't have that nice cradle with those pointy ears anymore. Although we can cover one of the ears up to put you here. That's not horrible. Yeah, let's go with that. We can't be afraid to do a little overlapping. Nothing's gonna fit in there, though. Get your stick out of here. Nothing's gonna fit in there. Well, with some spit and lube. Just a pencil and a dream. Do you think that there's a really bad bendy porno out there that genuinely took that to heart? can't imagine there isn't. See, I miss the era of shitty pornos. I feel like that's an art that has completely died out. Maybe I'm just not hanging out with the right people anymore, because I don't have any interest in porn, with the exception of I think that porn parodies are fucking hilarious. That genre of humor is next level. Any kind of porn parodies are always funny to me. Especially if they do like a really good job on the pun of the name. That in itself is its own art form. Like, I'm pretty sure during the height of all the My Little Pony stuff, there was one that was friendship is masturbation. Tron one made me laugh. The Flintstones one is amazing. I just skip all the sex just to get to the scenes in between. Yeah! Like, you can't take a scenario like this seriously, and they don't. And that's what I love about it. They're like, yeah, we acknowledge that this is absolutely goofy, ridiculous bullshit. Oh, thank you, really? I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. They literally just goof off and have fun. Yeah! See, that's what's so funny. I have so many friends who work in lewd spaces now, and myself being predominantly asexual, I get to see the humor in all of it now without having to actually be directly involved. And the only time that I am directly involved is if I'm helping them out with doing something, like just trying to have another body present in the background or whatever. Having another person to converse with. Little things like that. Once you remove the discomfort of the whole world of sex, because God knows there's enough of it. There's so much trauma that comes with it in modern times, especially in America. I mean, it's bad in all places, but if you're not able to explore it and find your own comfort level with it and everything, it can be a very difficult path to tread. But I am very happy with the space that I'm in currently. That's going to be another hard one to fill up there. Horn and Smut is hilarious. It is! See, that's also part of the issue that I have, is because whenever I've had so many doodles and stuff that I just can't share with y'all because I'm not a Not Safe for Work account. And if I do have Not Safe for Work stuff related to me, I would prefer it to stay separate for those who prefer the comfort of not having to be exposed to that stuff. Because I get it. I 100% do. I think that that is a fair decision to have to be available and everything. But none of my stuff makes sense. None of it's serious.
All of your files?
Hello, Rosie. Thank you for the reminder to save. Like, there are lots of forbidden doodles of Popple out there that I made purely because I thought the idea of a character like him in a smut situation is so funny. Oh, so funny that it apparently broke my whole body and face. Let me reset my avatar. Friend introduced me to smut fanfics when we were both in high school. Unfortunately for them, I fell down the angst pipeline and never turned back. I think I'm playing my game wrong. I boot up Space Marine 2, play one mission, and then spend an hour scrolling wikis to make sure I paint and customize my Marines lore accurate. And it's very complicated. Then rinse and repeat. I know what Leon's safe word is during kinky times. Atta wait! God, he says it so viscerally. Also, hi, Yeehaw! Hope you've been doing good. I see you've been pretty active with your stream space lately. I keep missing it. On my own time, I have been so busy trying to do all this other stuff with avatar work that I haven't had time to watch hardly anybody else's stream, and it makes me so sad. I like putting you guys on in the background when I'm working on stuff, too. It's so stupid, but I love shit like that. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed what you said above. Blake Roman mentioned at a panel I went to at a con that he had seen an Alistair X Egg Boy fic that sent us down a rabbit hole to find it. It's so stupid, and I love shit like that. See? That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of fan spaces. Kevin mentioned he showed you the pony pic of me and him. Oh, yeah. And it was beautiful. You two make quite a romantic couple. Hi, Sassy! I love! Have you heard about Amir Talai? I don't know how to pronounce his last name. But his favorite ship. I have not. What is it? Also, hi! We've got a bad spot right here between Nexus and Penumbra. Is there anything we can do about this? That's Oxenfree. No, put you back. Creative's gargantuan wings. Maybe we can move creative over here. That might be better for everyone. Don't remember what he said it was, but it was a shit post if I remember correctly. Hi. It was good seeing you a couple nights ago in VR. How's the streaming going? It was good to see you too. I wish that we could have more time to have you join us and stuff. I always want to have you join when you're on, but I also don't know if you're doing any kind of shows and stuff because I don't know what your schedule's like or if you're still doing stuff like that. But if you ever see us on, feel free to join. The only reason I'm on Orange is usually because, unfortunately, because I do streaming, I do have people who want to join me at all given times. And so I can't always be available because I don't always have the spoons. I love. Also, did you see the DM I left for you this morning? No rush, just wanted to make sure that you saw it. Yes, I did see it, but I didn't get to my computer until like pretty much right when I had to start streaming. So I have not been able to download anything yet. But thank you, Rosie. Wish I could have drawn today. Uh-oh, why can't you draw? I hate those days when you've really got that itch, that creative desire. You just don't have any access to the ability to do anything with it. Can't remember the ship's name, but it involved Cherry Bomb X 3 Egg Boys. Oh no! Oh, that's great! They'd be such a wholesome ship. Actually on LOA from all of the clubs I'm dancing at currently, so my schedule's pretty open a lot of times. Just suck at reaching out because I assume everyone's busy and I do be a shy bean. No! No being shy here. You are always welcome with us. Always, always. We want you. It's not just that you're welcome. We want you to be there, Sassy. You are always a delight and you are always wanted. Also, hi, Kat. Good to see you. Lots of body pains today. Oh, I feel you there. Oof. Seems like me and both of my parents all got sick somehow. Oh no! Been just sleeping and resting all day. The occasional stretch and attempt to eat, but bed rest mostly. I hope you feel better soon. I hope your whole family does. You guys have been catching the tail end of that flu bug that's been going around everywhere. Something like cherry omelet. Found it. Cherry Bomb X. 2 clones of Cherry Bombs X3 Egg Boys. Described as a very strong emotionally bonded molecule. The ship's name is Aussie, 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 Boy, Boy, Boy. Oh my god, that is amazing. That's so great. I hope somebody makes a fake card for that. Todd's been showing me a bunch of the fake cards that people have been making. I don't collect them myself, but Todd is big on them, so I get to admire them through her. Wait, this is the perfect spot for decruise. We're gonna push you up here a bit more. I'm not sure if it's the flu. Parents have been nauseous. I only have the body pains and as symptoms, so not sure what it is. We thought Dad had food poisoning as he's been sick the longest. Me and Mom only got sick today. Who knows, man? There's so many different strains of flu anymore. But regardless of whatever it is, I'm really glad that you're not getting the nauseous part of it. To me, that's always the worst part about being sick. I can handle most of the other stuff, but it's coughing, like sore throat coughing, and getting sick, like throwing up. Those are the two that I'm an absolute pussy with. Also, not to pat my own back too hard, but I think we did a pretty good job at redoing this to get enough space, because I think we're going to pull this off now. I say that very confidently for someone with very little assurance that that is correct. I think we're going to keep Lawrence out here on the outskirts again. I'm not sure where to put him. These leggies have been a very difficult one to work with. We have a few fan mates, and we have the official Season 2 packs coming soon. Ooh! Oh man, I hope that there's a Vox Populi card. Or what is it? Vox Day. Or D, or whatever it is. The one where he's got all the computer screen wings. Hey Tot, guess what? I'm moving you again. Just not sure where. I mean, you do fit well here. Frag, you've altered the way that I handle bobbins buns. I learned something from watching your rendering that helped me so much. Thank you. Oh, wow! I'm glad to have helped. I don't know what I did to help, but... There's official promos of Vox Populi and Vox D. My cards were delivered today. Waiting to go home. I want you to send me a pic when you get them, when you get home. Wish I got Velvet's promo Unholy Trinity. Is there an official gallery where you can view them all? Like, do they have them? Has anyone made anything like that? Also, hi, Toku! The way that you worked with the strands of yarn has a really nice balance. I needed more pieces, and it feels better. Hell yeah. This was in a really, like, this whole Wreath was a really awesome experience to get to make. Because a lot of these characters and designs are a little outside of my comfort zone of what I'm used to doing, especially lately because I haven't done any commissions and stuff for a while. So it's really cool to just kind of get a chance to do something new. Something that wasn't necessarily within my regular comfort zone, and also not having to freak out too much about getting it perfect. Promo ones are still in the shop, despite being sold out. There is a list somewhere. That's my whole thing with the cards, is like, I know if I did start collecting them, I'd get hooked. But I also know I'm not responsible enough. And I would get so obsessed with them and collecting all of them. I can't do collecting things. Because if I start collecting something, I want all of them. I want it to be complete. And some stuff you can't do that with, you know? I just need Velvet, to be honest. I'm really glad that Velvet's getting a lot more love lately, too. It was kind of feeling for a while there that she just was totally ignored. Okay, folks, now here's the bad part. Is this the part where we find out that we accidentally made way too much space? Because then what do I do? There's official checklists for the base Season 1 and Season 2 sets, but as for promos, no official one. There's a Google Doc with pictures of all of them. Hey, Kohi! Good to see ya! So excited for Season 4, because she's going to be the Oh, she is! What's Season 3 gonna be focused on? Not a lot of ball. It is a lot of ball. I think we're going to stop worrying about having them overlap so much now, because I think we've got enough space to do whatever we want. Hopefully, anyway. Put a little bit of flame to the wreath, then extinguish once you reach the desired size. Valentino is season 3, and the Morning Star is also season 3. Oh, okay, I didn't realize they were going to split the Vs up between seasons. That's really cool. That's awesome. Because I was scared that we were just going to get all Vox and then nothing else. I might try and dangle somebody else over here. In fact, let's get Lawrence again. Let's see if we can take Lawrence down a little bit. I think we're going to put Lawrence here. And then, who's behind him? DJ Bouncy Beats. DJ Bouncy Beats. I'm going to put you over here. Or maybe here. No. A-Ball can go over here, but I'm not sure which one, because we need to be able to see the name. That leggy kind of cuts us off a little bit. Yay, Frenchy fries! You can have a single fry, really. If you would like more, you can. We're just gonna let Lawrence have this area. We'll keep the bugs together over here. Lena just showed me Aussie, 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 boy, boy, boy. It is undebatably the best ship. I need to find a spot for you guys. I just don't know where. Interstellar desk plant, we can move you up a bit more. No, we can't. That cuts your name off. All right, I think we're finally caught up to roughly where we were before when we had to start redoing it. I'm gonna change where Frenzied is because that one spot there is just not a great spot. But here is pretty good. We thank Amir for his service to the fandom. Amir is the fandom. Gotta go to the gym, so I'll try and get back after I'm done. But thank you for the stream, Frag. Thank you for being here, Sir Gillaham. Good luck at the gym. Get them sweet gains. I don't know, is that what people do at a gym? I've never actually been. I don't know how gym talk goes. Well, ads are about to play in 1 minute. How many do we have left here? We can work with this. I'm going to move you over here. And bring Cherry into that corner. Who, by the way, is working on a new model for himself. It looks gorgeous. I don't know about putting Cherry there. I want to be able to see his ears. Might have to mess with the layering at this point. I'm going to trade Cherry with Ink Bleeder. Cactus Juice. What, Galaxy Waffles, you might be the one who has to go up here because you've got every angle, I think. Yeah, we're going to trade you with Cherry, I think. Oh no, we've only got 4 more. We're going to have to do reorganizing again. No. All right. Well, at least we know it's a little cluttered over here. We can go through and loosen everything up, but let's Let's try and find a good home for all of these first before we do. We can fix this. Did you see the Baby No Money and Brandon Rogers has been cosplay? Yes, I did, and I didn't even realize that it was Brandon who was in the other in Alistair because of just the makeup and everything. They did such a good job. If it doesn't work out, you can always stick your Sona down there somewhere. That is true. I think we'll be able to jiggle everything down a little bit lower, though. Also didn't realize it was Brandon. He was barely recognizable. I wasn't prepared for Brandon's biblically accurate ugly bob. Jiggle? Where the jizzle? Jiggle physics? Jizzle physics, Jesus Christ. That's something that no one needed to invent. Hashtag jizzle physics. I'd rather call that Mayo physics. You see, it's funny because what you guys are describing is an actual thing. There are a lot of white liquid physics, especially available on VRChat. And lest we never forget, the milk brush. Oh boy, melted ice cream! And the glue brush, yes! Gotta love the glue brush. Can I ask a weird question? But not that weird, but kind of a bit. I'd be insulted if you didn't, Kohi. We are all about the weird questions here. Happened upon an angel dust meme. I want to link it, but I can't find the creator's OG post. Oh. Where the hell? What? Where did D. Cruz's lair go? There you are. Jeez. As long as the artist's handle is in the image, that's fine. I know a lot of the time they will change their names, but if they have the original creator credit on the image itself, I will count that, because if you want to try and hunt that down, then be my guest. Just want to make sure that there's some kind of credit available. What was the Vor world that you did talk on VRChat? I did want to show it to troll Lena Bat, but by curiosity. Yes, no, I can grab that. In fact, I might even have a couple others that I've recently pulled from the randomly suggested worlds from VRChat. Give me just a moment. So this is the one that I like to take people to, because a friend took me to it, and if you don't know it's a Vor world, it is a beautiful world. Oh, and I don't think I gotta ask Spooka for the other one, because we've been to other worlds since then. I don't have it in my recent list anymore. I know there was also one world that was just like 4 avatars floating out there. Oh wait, no, I found the other one. This is a classic. This one you have to go to. The Weasel, yes. This is like a staple VR fetish content experience. Again, this is one of the first ones that I ever had a friend take me to. They were like, you've got to see this fucking world, man. The one other one that I knew of, though, was like 4 or 5 of just like an avatar base that was floating in space, and you could traverse from one mouth to another and just walk across them like they were land. It was beautiful. Big Byron is peak. He's a rite of passage, I feel. I want to learn Big Byron's history. Who made Big Byron? Wih! Not me bookmarking all of these just to visit them next time with Kohi. It's time once again, a second Parcofagore!
父をもげパルコフォルゴレミュージックスタート
Do 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 Chi 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 whoop-bye Boing boing Chi 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 whoop-bye Boing boing
Hey, come on!
Moge, 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 moge Chi chi wo moge Moge! Thank you so much, Cat! We have had a second blessing of the great and powerful Parcofagore. Parcofagore missed the boss fight by like a minute. Wait. Hi, Pale. Or Kai, sorry. How have things been going, Kai? I haven't had much time to keep up with everything that's been going on, but are you opening for commissions? Is it emergency commissions or is it a fundraiser? Feel free to go off about that, because I know that was something that was kind of going on your end, and I would love to be informed. All right, let's push some of these guys down a little more too. We have a goal set on my Ko-fi, but unfortunately my ex-partner has not been the most helpful. 3 different times he's dug into my moving funds. Ick. No. No good. So take a minute here, y'all, if you don't mind. If you are not familiar with Kai, Kai is an incredible artist and an even more incredible human being, or at least one behind the screen, but has really helped open me up to a lot of new art spaces and a lot of new different things, and I'm really, really eager to help return the favor at some point here. They've been going through a real hard time, and this ex-partner has really been making life hard. So in their attempts to get out of that situation, they've got some goals set over in their coffee and could just use a little extra help right now. If not for just extra exposure and things like that, anything that you can do to help get out of the situation, help them get out of the situation, would be really helpful. Also emotionally manipulating me, hoping that I'll just decide not to transition and will just stay miserable in a woman's body. Yikes. Nah, the sooner you can get away from that person, the better. That is wretched. No one should ever expect someone else to be someone other than who they are. Especially a partner. Might be sending you a commission after I get my money on the 18th. Ooh! I want to support you. Then why do you keep touching on me, kissing me on the head and touching me after I've told you not to? Yeah, no, that's not support at all. That's the opposite. Literally says, I can't and won't be seen dating a man. Gross! Why are you touching on me? Well, because you look the same. Ew! No! Icky, icky, gross. Kai, I'm gonna go punch your ex-partner. I get it. One can't change one's sexuality, but don't fucking try to force it on someone. Yeah. Like, that is such a blatant, upfront, not even attempting to disguise it approach to just being disrespectful to another human being. And still thinking that they're entitled to any part of you after that. No. You calling me dude makes me feel like the last 8 years were nothing. You knew for 8 years I wasn't identifying as a woman. Greg, I don't think you want me to tell you about our discussion before he started all this shit, because at first our separation was mutual. He would move, I would move, we'd meet new people. Oh god. No, then he realized he didn't get to have ownership over you anymore, I assume? Because that sounds too familiar. Man, people can be wretched. His condition, regardless of joking, is I still get to bang you? No you don't. In fact, that's the thing you don't get to do ever. Jesus. Yeah, no. We're gonna form a body shield with our own bodies here between you and this person because gross. Icky yuck. Get a life somewhere else. It is a lot of ornaments, Sparky. This is why it hasn't been done. Because we are still desperately trying to get them all to fit without gaps. He had my PayPal card because I told him to get one single thing. Then he took it to work, asked if he could get food on it for the day. Okay, sure, fine. He just bought a non-essential nicotine thing for sure. Took back my card and he spent well over $50. Excuse me, individual. Ugh. No, after that, I would definitely change the password on the account and everything at that point. Screw that. The fuck did he get for lunch? Fucking Waigu? Well, we're getting there. We're so close, man. I think we can get another one of these little baubles down there if we work on it. Yes, I took a dip into it to help some friends replace an essential household item that was kind of expensive, but that was out of my money. Nothing Comms had added to it, no donations. And you want to know the best part? Guess who's paying off a $500 credit card debt because he overspent 1 month and fucked himself, so he used my credit card, and now I'm suffering for it. Jesus, what a scumlord. I would like to ask for my lobotomy now, please. Speaking of nicotine, I just fucked up. Had too much, didn't get the buzz, now I just feel sick. Oh no, Kolar. Release me from the coils of my mind and inner turmoil, for I grow tired and weary of the endless symphony that is
If
the
you
echo
become
chamber of my
lightheaded
life.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, Cat. No, one of my favorite things for when I'm feeling edgelord depressy is to just quote Hamlet. Hamlet's such a needlessly overdramatic play. I've just been projecting my pain onto different characters, like, haha, feel the pain, loser. Hark, fair sire, for I wish to see thine bosom. Oh, wow.
Gravemind pestilence can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, Gravemind. We've almost got this. Just need a little more shuffling. Oh, not you. The ringlet. You both have long ears. Maybe if we move Lilbold over just a little bit. And we can trade these two some. Well, hello, Wolfie. My shy little kitty has come out to say hello. She's come over and asked for some pets. Hello, Sweet Bean. Just poking my head in. That's perfectly fine. Thank you for the lurk. Guys, a brother is tired. Would appreciate life taking me out to dinner before it decides to further blow out my ass and then back. Thanks. Hi, Berserk. I hope you've been doing good. What if we moved Phoenix down here? Yeah, it really fits best there, huh? I think it's something with these, the Mix Creator, Matrak, Raccoon Boy, and Lil Bold. I think if we can mess with them a little bit, we can find a good spot for all three of them. There we go. Now we just have to scooch these down over here, and I think we've got it. Kolar, if you're feeling sick, maybe you should take out the nick pouches. No, I endure. Dog has been working! Good dog. Hard-working dog. What has dog been working on? Posted a meme? Let me go look. Also, hello, D-Cruz! Good to see you today. Good to see you too! And I am not drawing more of them, thankfully. We are just trying to put all of them onto the wreath at this point, which has been a struggle. Oh my god! Is mayonnaise an instrument? Why does he fit so well, though? I'm gonna go grab my soda. Man, every time you guys talk about soda, I want a soda. And the only soda I drink at all is root beer. Did we get lucky? Are we not gonna have to actually move a whole bunch of these? Void! Hello! Treat yourself. No, I can't. I have to drink water. I'm not even drinking enough water. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one who got startled. All right. What do we think of this? There's like one spot that's kind of a little bit bigger than I would like, but I don't think we could squeeze anything into it very easily. Moss getting jump scared. Now I want to see an animation of the raptor getting startled by a random cucumber being plopped down. I gotta do an animation of Moss, like the scene from Amazing Digital Circus when Jax gets startled by the corn. Life is too short to give enough shits, or to give two shits about if I have enough water in my system. See, that's my problem, is that I'm like a plant. My body physically starts to wither if I don't have enough water. Like my lips are peeling really bad right now. Because I'm used to being in the state of Maryland, which is extremely humid during the summer. But during winter, it's dry as fuck, and it sucks. Like, my hair is all frizzy all the time, my skin's all dry. I really do become like a lizard. I love how this stream's just been 2.5 hours of organizing balls. Well, thankfully, we're done with that. I am going to flatten these balls. They will become unanimous as one gigantic omniball. That is 87 balls. And then what are we going to do? We're going to copy them. I'm going to duplicate them. We're going to take our lovely purple color, clip over them, offset, just a little. Whee! No, not more balls! We don't need more balls! He died how he lived, surrounded by balls. I don't feel like that was a dark enough shadow. It's kind of a weird drop shadow because of how many there are. But oh well, it is what it is. We're gonna save this. And save the flattened version. Because— wait! More balls! Am I a joke to you? Let me go ahead and crop this as well. I know I want to have a final version. Actually, let's take a look at our final version, because I did just save this. But we're going to have to pull up Fujitech for me to actually appear with it. Here we are. All right, the final reveal. Let's fucking go! Oh wait, I didn't put a drop shadow on the wreath itself. Let me do that real quick, because it kind of looks weird without it. Give me just a minute. Here we go. That looks much better. I should have put a drop shadow on Popple, too. But yay, it's finally done! Thank you everyone who partook in it. Everyone who was gifted a sub, everyone who gifted other subs, everyone who just participated, who follows me, who subscribes to me, who does anything to exist in this space. You're all incredible. So I'll go ahead and post this on Blue Sky and maybe Twitter, we'll see. Yay! It's Christmas! In February! I am sorry it took so long. I was truly blown away by just how many there were to make. And I'm very sorry if anyone feels like they didn't get the attention for their ornament that they deserved. I did try my best, but I know some of them are a little lacking compared to others. I hope that if I ever do anything like this again, I will have a little bit more preparation in mind for how I want to go about doing it. But this is really awesome. Merry Christmas, everyone! Right in the middle, right where I want to be. Center of attention. I'm sorry for the awkward gap between you and Kevin. I just need some space. Frag, my good raptor, you did great. Thank you! Very Valentine's-mas. Yeah, there you go. Happy holiday. Your choice. But yeah, I know the names are all crunched. That is just an unfortunate side effect of how many there ended up being. The full resolution, they are visible and clear and easy to read. I'll try and post just the wreath by itself, and then the full image of Popple included. The Kevin X Kolar drama. This is awesome. Let me make sure I save the layered version as well, just in case. Because I will forget to do things like that. In fact, I'll go ahead and crop it now and post the full resolution in the Discord. That way you guys can get a much closer look. There we go. So now you guys can go take a look at it over there if you prefer. Why is it blurry? Is it blurry because of Discord? Okay. Yeah, it's just blurry because of Discord. We'll just say that little blank spot is for whoever didn't get an ornament to put their own ornament there if they want to. Lovers spat on that thing, Hawk Tua. All right, well, I have kept you guys waiting long enough for the fun part of today's stream. It is time for us to get to work on what really matters. It's time to come up with theories for Poppy Playtime Chapter 5, because we have got so fucking much to work with. I should have grabbed the logo. Let me do that real quick. I had found it earlier as a goddamn WebP file. I have to convert it. Again, always. It's a spot for you, Frag. I don't know. I don't know. To me, it just kind of feels a little weird to put myself on my wreath. I don't know. I guess that makes sense. I'm just not used to thinking of myself. Let's decorate this thing a little bit. Now, they have described this as it's going to be their longest chapter yet. Ploppy Playtime, another name for scat play. No. Is it not a community reef? Are you not part of said community? That's true. Threw me off with the choice of how you spelled reef then. I'm not used to thinking of myself, and there's your problem. I know! I've always had to be the caretaker for others. There was not enough brain power to think of myself. I kind of feel like we have to go with, like, the same color scheme that they've been giving us. So let's take this lovely red, muddy it up a little. Give ourselves a nice gradient background here. I'd say instead of it being bingo, we should have it say Poppy. Next project, a community wreath. Frag draws all of us as fish in a coral reef. That would be so cool, though! Man, I was hoping that dump bucket trick would work. It did not like my current settings. Now, you know we gotta scratch up these letters a little bit. There we go. Now we're getting that poppy charm. And it's not complete without a fun symbol in the middle. Let's just do a quick little copy pasta. Now, do we want that to be red too? Hell yeah. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just save this as is. Actually, let's do... Should this have a black outline? That may help with visibility just a little bit. Fine, if you don't want a Christmas weed wreath, then you can have your standard wreath. Debating making the entire outline here. Oop, not that. But the entire outline black with just the words red and the hand. Just so it's easier to see. Graphic design is my passion. But what I'll do is, since I'm not sure if this is something the whole community is interested in, but I want you guys to have the opportunity regardless, I will upload the template for you guys to make your own bingo predictions. We can see who gets a bingo. We want to throw some grit on this just because we can. Let's do it. Let's go find some stock grittiness. The lower res, the better. And a real quick airbrush eraser vignette. Because why not? Beautiful. All right, go ahead and drop this into the art gallery. All right, ad should be over as well. And that being said, I have not written down any of my ideas yet, but I know I have a lot, and we're just going to start filling them out at random, I think. And if we go over all of the different slots, then we'll pick our favorites from there. But I've got quite a few that I've got just kind of sitting on right now. Do I have a creepy font we can use? Probably not. I mostly have just pixel fonts. No, I have Ghost Phobia from Halloween. Let's try that one. Yeah, this'll work. So my number one prediction, of course, is the Doctor isn't dead.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. Was hoping to be like good news, I finally got my CPAP. But unfortunately when I tried it I had to quick nope out of it. I guess what I have been using was a BiPAP which gives continuous air. But the CPAP was making it so when breathed in, it'd start pumping air, but when I breathe out, nothing. Which felt extremely uncomfortable and suffocating.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm not used to it. But I need to sleep. My schedule is tight for sleep. Manual breathing machine is the feel.
Woof. It's definitely gonna take some time to adjust to that, Katsu, but I'm glad that it showed up. And I hope that it doesn't take too terribly long to adjust. That is a rough transition.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rin. And Rin, if you are interested, I did just upload this template to the server, to my server, so that if you want to make your own Poppy Playtime predictions for Chapter 5, please be my guest. I'm excited for everybody to come up with their own stuff. Don't know enough or anything about Poppy to contribute in any way. That's okay, I'm gonna spoil all of it, though. And thank you for the posture check medal. It's good to see you. Hey, Kirk. Ah, that's part of the problem. I have the bold turned on. We don't need it to be bold. I do wish that...
this is beautiful.
Get outline to pixel grid. That's a new toggle. I'm not used to what that is. I might switch to a different font. This one's a little hard to read, but we'll stick with it for now. How are you? I'm doing better. It was a pretty rough weekend. I had a really bad endo flare. Not as bad as they usually are, but, you know, every flare is bad, so... one of those kind of things. It was getting rough for a while, but we prevail. Perceive? That's not the right word at all. I don't know why I started to go that direction. We endure. Just got off work? Are you on your way home now? Or already home? Regardless, I hope that you're able to relax some now. I'm gonna call in the morning and say I don't think that the CPAP is going to work for me. It felt like I was struggling to breathe and actually getting air. That is perfectly valid. I hope that they're willing to offer the other one that works better for you. Just got home. Good. Well, hopefully you can finish up any other work that needs to be done ASAP. And finally have some time to sit down, kick your feet up, and relax. Tired from yesterday because I had my 1-year anniversary. Congratulations! Wait, we can celebrate that. Someone else is going to get it
If you
before I
become
do.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. And happy anniversary! Oh, Kane's scary with red eyes. All right. So my second big prediction, and I don't know who this is going to lean into. I have 2 strong suspicions. Either Lily or Big Red, who is still unnamed and unseen. We don't know what Big Red actually looks like. That's just kind of what fandom names have become for him. But I think we're going to have an unreliable ally. I think that we're going to have a character who wants to help us throughout this chapter. But, you know, just like the Doey situation and the Dog Day situation, I don't think it's going to work out. Basically streamed Halo Infinite for 5 hours because I started with Halo, so I wanted to come full circle with Halo again. Now, this one is a little bit more of a lore-related thing. I don't know how much any of you keep up with the ARG, but the ARG has been ongoing strong and has really flipped the script for everything that we know about the story so far. So I think Lily Love Braids, which is too big of a word to fit in this box, is Stella Graber. I'm not sure if that's how you spell her last name. So, Frag, I got Helldivers 2, Starship Troopers Extermination, the Anniversary Edition of Fallout 4, and the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra Sunday for my birthday. Hey, happy birthday! That's awesome! What a good haul! I forgot Chapter 5's coming out soon. Not just soon! I think it's the 18th? We're still trying to decide how we want to approach it, because part of me wants to do a stream where I just binge all of the other previous chapters first. I don't want to stream it day of, I don't think, because even though that is a Wednesday for us, that's when like all of the big name streamers are going to be playing it. I believe it is Graber. Oh, Graber. Okay, with an E. It's funny because her name has actually been typoed a couple times, which theorists think is part of a character, Big Red, part of his character traits. They think that he might be the one writing all of this stuff and leaving it around. I'm not fully convinced. That one's not going on my bingo card. Add PW. PW is a very interesting character. Weh.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits, especially with MH nose getting randomly plugged like it is RN, that turning off air is even more uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. Ugh. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to sleep with that experience. I hope they fix Fallout 4 soon for your sake. Now, I'm interested with PW. I feel like there's going to be a big reveal with PW, but I'm not sure what. He's already kind of had a few big reveals. Since the doctor from the ARG video we got is PW, we definitely may see him again. I don't know if we're going to see him or if we're going to see what has become of him. But that does bring me to one of my other thoughts. I gotta think of how I want to word it, though. MC's bio daughter? MC? This is the one that's going to piss us all off, but I think that the prototype is not actually going to get revealed in this. I think that they're going to blue ball us real hard. Oh, main character. I don't think the player's character had a kid. I also don't think that, and there's a very specific reason why. I think we're going to get revealed that the player is Thomas Clark, which is a firm theory I have kept to for such a long time now. Like, there's just no convincing me otherwise. So, to those who don't remember, Thomas Clark is the pediatrician who worked in play care, who was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and willingly volunteered to become a toy. He was the first and only successful adult that was turned into a toy. The only reason that he didn't get further in his journey as a toy is because as soon as they put him with the other living toys, Boxy Boo attacked him. And he survived, but he lost his larynx. Then he was moved over into
Did you
pure
remember
isolation.
to save all of your files?
Thank you, baby. Hello, Snake.
We got a boomer!
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear
I
the
will
buzzer,
answer that
stare
question
at
as
the
soon
art.
as Snake is done love bombing. Hi, baby. How would he be away from the factory during the hour of joy? Now, that's the part that's a little bit in the air. And my reasoning for this is, I think they deliberately have not elaborated on the specialists. We don't know a lot about them, but it's peculiar that they are represented as humans in some cases, but as toys in other cases, such as Project Playtime. They deliberately went out of their way to make it so that all of the people in Project Playtime that are considered specialists are toys. So I'm thinking somewhere along the line, they've developed another technology that puts these characters into this doll-esque body, but with the bare minimum requirements of, you know, not needing as many organs or resources or anything like that. And because Thomas Clark already had been successfully transferred into a toy body, I think it would be more viable for him to have been put into one that he could actually move around and do things with, which he couldn't really do as Brawn, especially after he was attacked. So I think somewhere along the line, he got a second operation of some sort, and they put him in one of the specialist bodies. I don't know what he would have done from there. Obviously, I don't think he'd be able to live in society as a human being if he were still in a toy body. So I don't know if he necessarily left. I don't know. It depends on what the relation is between Leaf and the specialists, because they've kept that really quiet too. Wreath is very suspicious. The fact that we really haven't seen his direct involvement with any of this shit that's been going on, yet he is the man in power, he is the one who makes every decision, that's odd. Still going with my theory that the player is mind-controlled and is going to where the prototype is to become a part of it. I just feel in my gut for some reason, and if I'm wrong, feel free to poke fun at me. No, that's a very valid theory, because I also believe in that. What if Poppy dies? I don't think Poppy's gonna die. I mean, if she does, it'd be very interesting to see where they go with it. Oh, yeah, hold on, another one. Boxy Boo finally appears. I actually don't have a lot of faith in that one, but I want it to happen. I want my little red boy. I also think that we're going to get a really cool, kissy versus huggy fight. Oh, that's not going to let me line that text up, is it? Uh-oh. Why did that not play? Hold on, we can replay that. Give me just a minute. There we go. What? Or maybe not. Why will she not read it? Oh, stream alerts. Well, that's alright. I will read it. My own story for Hell has been worked for years. Currently got 3 characters made of a 15-character minimum cast. There was Damien, and now his father, and his husband. But the lore goes deep between those two. I'm too tired to explain it. But Old Man Yowie, heck yeah. Also, I made them Greek on accident. I shall elaborate another time. Nighty Could be because there's no space, yeah. She's been deteriorating since we met her. Her eyes have been getting more bloodshot. That's true. We do know she's old as fuck, too. So one thing is, we actually have a couple of canon reveals from the Fortnite bullshit. There's a lot of really important canon information that they decided to drop in that for some reason. So we actually know how old Poppy is exactly because of that. New hell of a short here on February 7th. I didn't know when it would be coming out. Good to know. Thank you, Zatani. What did you think of my theory? Where did you put it, Q? Oh, right above. I'm sorry, I missed it. The prototype will use Poppy's voice. Yeah. I mean, I don't even really feel like that's something that needs to be theorized because they have done that.
From thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, like poor daddy long legs. She said that she's 9 years old. In the 60s? Let me go back and check the note. Of course, they don't make it easy to get to the notes in the wiki page. Here we go. Nope, that didn't copy. Why did it not copy? It said it did. There we go. So this is the note from the Fortnitemares collab. And it is from Poppy. She says March 7th in the year 60. So 1960, I assume. Dear Diary, do you think I'll still love this place when I'm a grown-up? Some kids at school were saying that when you get old, you get bitter, and you don't like the things you used to. I turned 11 today, and it's still the most magical place to me. Every year they make new toys, like that little sailor, or build new parts of the factory, and I can't wait to go explore them and be surrounded by that magic. Father says Playtime wants to build all sorts of stuff like this all over the world. When they do, I hope he takes us there to visit. Love, Poppy. So whether this is the Poppy doll or an actual human child named Poppy, who is the daughter of Elliot Ludwig, we don't know. But we do know that she turned 11 on March 7th, 1960. Back when she had joy and whimsy. Is that the same thing as saying that you've been 22 for the last 29 years, but you're actually 51? Oh, Kolar, what that means is that you caught a star in the Stream Avatars game, which I haven't done a drop of those in a while. Let's go ahead and scatter some around. Can I have uppies? Of course! We'll go ahead and throw Q up there too, since they're awake. But yeah, as for the prototype mimicking theory, I'm not really willing to put that one in as a prediction just because we already know that's like, we've known since the first chapter, that's like their whole thing, is that they mimic other people because that's how they talk. Game just crashed again. Don't know if it's the universe telling me to stop playing or... Alright, this one's a personal one for my playthrough specifically. Game-breaking glitches. Feel like it's a staple. Kofi bought one a star before me. Oh no! Another character that was teased from the Fortnite stuff is that we actually have a bigger body version of Raby Baby. Or at least we were supposed to get one. We had a candidate who was picked for it. Ew. Not a fan of the nightmare critters. Oh, game-breaking glitch. No, yeah. That one's gotta be in there. It's gotta. I'm really tempted to also include addition of a new mechanic that just doesn't get used. Because they did that with Chapter 4. Technically, it didn't introduce it as a new mechanic, but it was a new mechanic. What they did is they changed the flare hand from the first few chapters that it's in. Originally, the flare hand shot little missiles, but then they converted it to be just little balls of fire so that it could be used deliberately in Chapter 4 to burn a rope that had a door tied shut. And then the only other time it's ever used in the entire game, despite being treated like it's going to be a core mechanic, is during the Doughy fight. Otherwise, we pretty much don't ever use the mechanic. It even says in the tutorial video that you can burn oil with it. And there are barrels of oil all around and other flammable chemicals. Do we burn them? Never! They had one job, and it was to name her Chatty Batty, and they named her that. Okay, yes, I do agree with you on that 100%. Also, hello, Fuzzy Flanders! Been working with vectors and finally captured the Cult of the Lamb art style! Hell yeah! Oh, I see you just posted in the art channel, too. Let me go see. Thankfully, my Discord notifications are finally working again. They weren't earlier today. Oh! Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I've been tempted to try and doodle in the Cult of a Lamb style, even though I don't play the game. Haven't finished the project I'm working on yet, but over the weekend I've been drawing a group of content creators who did a Dungeons & Dragons campaign over the weekend. There's 4 members, and I've gotten 2 of them done so far. Good job, Q! I'm excited to see it when you finish it. I feel like this one's a little bit of a cheap grab. I'm going to put it down just temporarily in case we decide to change it for something else, but I think it's fairly obvious that we're going to get a new hand. Been playing the life out of Woolhaven. Also, I find it hilarious that every YouTuber I saw who was told that they had to kill a nightmare critter in order to leave the room did not even bother looking for a separate exit. They just killed him because it was the dragon nightmare critter. Like, I don't know who put Dog Day in there, and maybe, oh, I don't know, put Dog Day in there, and maybe we would have an actual ethical dilemma, but I know nothing about this creature. I am not attached. Yeah, 100% agreed. They completely fucked up by including the nightmare critters at all. And I know for a fact that wasn't something that was ever planned. That was something that some higher up CEO said, hey, you know how the smiling critters did really successful? Just like make new ones. Don't change them. Just make the same thing again, because we want to keep riding that wave. It's like by the time you got around to riding that wave had stopped. There was no point. And you can tell just how bad the game suffers from that decision, because they pushed so much of their marketing into the nightmare critters, but they very clearly were never part of the game. Why? How do we know this? Because at no point in the entire chapter do they even get called by name. Like, that's not just an oversight that happens. Not when you've pushed that hard into the marketing of those specific characters. They don't even say their names, a single one of them. They don't say the word nightmare critters. They have a theme song playing that says it in one of the side rooms of Safe Haven. But you have to stand there and listen to it to even hear that. We have no attachment to these creatures. We have no information as to where they even came from. In the story of the actual game that is presented to us, we have no idea why they're even there. I mean, at least with the smiling critters, they had a whole intro thing being like, yeah, these are basically the Care Bears. We don't even know why the nightmare critters exist. The only way to know is to be somebody not playing the game and go scour their, like, digital Twitter posts and everything to see if there's one or two scraps of information that say anything about them. And apparently they were a failed toy line before the smiling critters. Or maybe after? I don't remember chronologically if they were before or after. Part of me almost feels like I should put the game-breaking glitches as our free spot. They were made after, but due to the incident with Catnap needing to be pulled, they canceled the Nightmare Critter launch in-universe. Okay. That still doesn't really make sense. It's heartbreaking, because the Smiling Critters had such a good arc that was completely isolated to itself. It really did not need to cross over. I'd put new character as a free spot. That's true. I mean, we do already have 2 confirmed new characters. I feel like there's probably more with Ollie that we could go with. The Fallout subreddit just lit on fire, and I'm sitting here with my popcorn just enjoying the blaze. Oh god. Some idiot who was probably sniped out back for switching the lavender scent with the red smoke for the plushie. Yeah, that's a bit of a wild mix-up. Here we go. Poppy betrays us. Again. That employee with bloodshot eyes. Chat, I did a copium moment. 2 party members I've done are their dwarf fighter and their tiefling rogue, which I'm going to put in the share your art. And what I've got left are a halfling Goliath hybrid cleric. I'm sorry, halfling Goliath hybrid? That's just a normal person. A human wizard who canonically has dyslexia. I really like halfling Goliath. That's really good. That's like a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. Let's go take a look at that art, though. Oh, wow! Oh, cute, these are beautiful! Oh, I love how you draw people. The season 2 finale of the show just released, and lots of fans had deluded themselves into believing that a Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas remaster would shadow drop, despite no evidence to back this up. In fact, all evidence pointed to the opposite, but people were huffing so much copium, and now they're mad at Bethesda for not doing something that they themselves just deluded themselves into believing. Man. Robot Chicken did a bit about a sci-fi movie called Attack of the Giant Midget. No, let them be delusional. It's funny. Sounds like Conformity Gate. Anyone ever figure out what that countdown was for? It was on the website. That's the joke. His father was a halfling who wished for death by Snoo Snoo or something and married a Goliath woman, and they had a kid together who was just an average-sized human. I love that. I absolutely love that. That's amazing. That's like that's like somebody having a centaur and a minotaur for parents, but they just end up with the human half of both. Fans be like, hey, why didn't you do the thing you weren't supposed to do? That was data mined weeks ago. It was just a virtual walkthrough of the set, but people still clung to it. Ah. Man, people will really upset themselves over nothing. It's giving child of a minotaur and a mermaid, but only gets the human halves. Yeah! Funniest part is the halfling Goliath's name. He's called Max Blunder. That's awesome. Can I share art with you? I wanted to share what I made. Oh, that I made AU versions of my demon OC if he worked for Vox or Valentino. Absolutely. Really, are you in the Discord? Because if you're not, let me go ahead and get the command. Unfortunately, we don't allow links in chat because of spam bots and stuff like that, but we do have an entire channel dedicated to other people sharing their artwork, and it is in a place that is not Twitter. So we don't have to worry about any of that. It just kind of keeps it away from public area, public space if you're not comfortable with sharing things there. But yes, please do. But why wouldn't they time it with the show? Because game dev takes time. A lot more time than making a TV show. It sure does. It's just extremely self-centered and obsessed with backflips. Oh, really? This was your character. Right, yes, I saw that earlier today before I went live. I adored that pastel rainbow color palette. This whole character design is gorgeous. I love both of these color palettes. Oh, your style is so good. That's right, I forgot you were doing that pin set a little bit ago. Did you get that finished? I apologize if it's been a while since then. My time blindness is really bad right now from this endo flare. Ah, hi Boko. I apologize, I can't reach my computer for a minute here because Boko is standing on the keyboard, and any attempt to relocate him will result in nothing but a keyboard smash. Buddy. Come on, Boko. You gotta move. What are you even trying to do, buddy? I wish he understood how to be a cat. But he's not very good at it. There, I've moved him to the table. I don't even understand how to be human. Not expecting my cat to know how to be cat. You know what? That's fair. What's a good way to word what I want to say here? Relevant, rich lore, reveal. How do you spell reveal? Is that right? And I don't mean that as in rich as in money, rich the character. Because Rich is a character who has been prevalent since the beginning and has had literally no involvement with anything going on. We keep getting information about him, and he's a good guy. He's the next person I assume is the main character. But I don't know. They keep talking about him, and he's been working deeper and deeper, and I'm thinking something has happened to him. If the player does turn out to be rich, I will be satisfied. Because if the character is not Thomas Clark, I want it to be Rich. New character called Richard, short for Richie Rich. Do we have an official name for the teased character that is just the big red guy? Or are we just sticking with calling him Big Red? The wiki is crediting him as unnamed red toy. Wait. It's obviously Ban Ban. Plan to work with the hybrid design and give him the Goliath markings, and also the giant hairy feet you see on halflings. I want to name him Cuddly Buddy. Cuddly Buddy. See, I feel like it's too obvious to say that the red guy is gonna be a gorilla. Because I feel like of what we have seen, it's so obvious, but I'd be really happy if it's not. I'm not a big fan of gorilla characters. And the thing is, here's the problem. I'm pretty sure the original artist who created Huggy Wuggy, because that is who they've got working on this character, that is the same person who designed this character. I know they're a big Disney fan. So that just leans even further into the idea that it's gonna be a gorilla. You don't like the goat Donkey Kong? No, I don't. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't. I don't like monkey characters. They're freaky to me. Red Wuggy is Gorilla. Sad face. Yeah, see, monkeys are fine. Gorillas in particular, I'm really not a fan of. And I feel like any large ape kind of creature tends to just embrace gorilla. The green gorilla from Ban Ban! You aren't down bad for Candy Kong? No! I don't like any of the Kongs. Serious, the kids aren't actually alive anymore down there. I would love that, really. I would love for the kids to all be dead. I hate the idea that they're like, oh yeah, the kids are just cryogenically frozen. No, fuck you. It's been 10 years. They're not kids anymore. I don't want to find out that the kids are still kids. That's going to piss me off so much. But they're probably going to be like, yeah, we've got the kids soaking in this poppy gel that keeps them forever preserved so they never age and they never wake up and blah, blah, blah. What if kids means something else? I mean, I think Poppy did explicitly explicitly referred to them as the orphans. Kill the kids, Frag 2026. Lanky Kong is a decent guy. He's the only one who the DK crew disses entirely. Oh, our ads are starting in 1 minute. Oh, here's a good one. Because I feel like they just can't resist. I know this company too well. Genuinely surprised there was a kid who grew up there, left, got a degree, and came back. Like, are you okay, girl? Rip Pianosaurus. I will watch your death 50 more times because it was hilarious. Either they're all dead or they're cryogenically frozen in pods from poppy gel. I know, and it makes me so sad that they're probably going to go that route. No, I just realized I have the perfect thing for our freebie. Actually, hold on. I have to copy and paste it because I can't do the symbol. Oh no! The font can't do it either. It's okay. Limon! They will not make this game without Limon. Add the person who wrote the note gets revealed? Which note? Oh, the one that brought us here. Actually, yeah, that's a good one. Personal idea, they're frozen, but they were put into toy bodies that are in a comatose state to be used for experiments by the doctor, although I don't think that's going to be true. You know what I think is a good one, actually? Bruno White is irrelevant. I don't think they have anything planned for him at all. They have not brought him up even once in the ARG. I kind of think they've forgotten about him. I also don't think that's how you spell irrelevant. Let me fucking spell check my ass. It isn't. Actually, maybe I should reword it. And just say they forgot Bruno White lore. Hello, you majestic individual. How's stream going? It's going wonderful. How has your day been going, Darth? We fall even deeper into the factory, to the FNAF 1 location, which at this point is an Indian burial ground for dead kids. No, that is good, though. We are probably... Because they said... How many chapters did they say there would be originally? I thought it was 7. Okay, so apparently the devs have been, or at least at some point had said that they were aiming for 10 chapters at one point. Did I spell relevant correctly over here and then spell it incorrectly over here? Is that really where my brain is today? Spelling is rad. I want to say something about Leith and Eddie and all of them, because now we're reaching a point in the story where if Stella does turn out to be Lily, that means that the entirety of the company falls into the hands of just Leith and Eddie. So what the fuck happened to Eddie? From some of the notes that we got from the Fortnite collab, it has been hinted at that when Eddie killed the guy from the Warren Beck Construction Company, that wasn't something that they were able to cover up so well. Because that was the loss of a person who was outside of the factory. They were not purely hidden under Playco's. What happened to Eddie? He didn't get his quarter. Mad about that 25 cents. Very fucking true, though, with him, though. All he cared about was money. He tried to incorporate a type of currency amongst the orphans. Fused with a symbiotic alien. Like, those dudes are both very evil, and I feel like they're gonna be incorporated a lot more, especially now because the last part that we heard from Chapter 4 was a recording from Leith. Once again, he's never been present. But it's weird that he keeps, I don't know, being prepared for some intruder. He's the first one to respond to us in the beginning, saying, hey, don't break in here. We are very hostile with intruders. Fuck off. And then we get down into the labs, and again, he's like, oh, hey, look, you're an intruder. Fuck you. You're gonna die. Eddie, we are a Poppy Playtime now. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it a fact that Eddie walks with a cane? I don't remember. Checking his wiki page real quick. Oh, actually, off topic, but on topic. Theater incident reveal. I spelled reveal wrong again. But yeah, I think we might get more information about the theater incident. Because we don't actually know what happened. We just know there was a fire. We don't know how it started. We know it was big. I'm worried about how quickly this chapter is coming out. Me too. It's only been a year, and a lot of people say they didn't like Chapter 4 because of how bloated it was. So my problem with Chapter 4 wasn't how bloated it was. It was that it had so much that it wanted to do, but clearly couldn't do any of it because of how tight their time restrictions were. And it really makes me sad. I would have given them a whole second year just to try and get it to the point where it should have been. They already told us what it was, though. Boxy Boo and some other bigger bodies went apeshit in the theater, and a bunch of specialists died in the process. They haven't told us what happened, though. All they've told us is that there was a fire, and a bunch of the bigger bodies went out. Specifically, Boxy Boo was named, and killed a bunch of people, but that's it. How did the fire start? Who started it? It sounded like there was more to it. It sounded like it was sabotage. Confirmed in a tape during the ARG that Harley Sawyer did it? Why, though? That doesn't make any sense for him to do. Like, what would he be doing it for? Hired a detective because the others also figured it was sabotage. It was what led them to putting Sawyer into that computer. That's what I mean, though. I think that that was sabotage for Sawyer. It doesn't sound like something that he would do. He was always so calculated in everything that he did. Was he just trying to get their attention? Because my thoughts are, if he was becoming a problem to them, and they really just needed an excuse to get rid of him. But part of me thinks because he was in cahoots with the prototype at the time, and they didn't like him, they were not giving him the power that he wanted. It would make sense to me that the prototype would have convinced him to do something rash as a form of sabotage to trap him as well. I don't know. It just feels too vague and up in the air. It feels pointless to include such an important part of the story as just Harley deciding to light the theater on fire for unknown reasons. Hold on, I missed what Q set up here. Imagine the police report. You get an automated report about someone breaking into this factory that has been abandoned for over a decade. You show up and find nothing there. They don't have to worry about Huggy because they fell down into the labs unless there was a second toy in the first level. They leave, and then days later they get another report. And when they show up, they find the player along with multiple orphans and several toys that are alive. If I was a police officer who had to go through that factory and saw that, I'd assume someone had spiked my drink with something from the evidence locker. He was known for anger issues, yeah. I mean, I guess it could have been an accident. But I feel like we would have gotten some kind of documentation explaining that. Fun thing is, since I am completely poppy blind, even though you are sitting here dropping tons of Florence spoilers since I don't have any context, it's just noise to me. So I won't stick... It won't stick into my brain. Fire incident still unclear based on what I've read recently. Hi, Kevin! Company used Sawyer to cover it up, but that doesn't mean that he did it. I feel like I vaguely... Actually, I might even have notes, because I remember, as you were saying that it was Sawyer's fault, I remember I had written something down about this. But I also was probably high, so it probably isn't really all of that clear. Let me check. We can get a little bit of a taste into the world of Frag's ridiculous brain dumping at 4 a.m. Yeah. Okay, yes. I've got it. So, and I wasn't even joking, it's literally at 4:05 a.m. from when I put this note down. So, I remember cooking on this thought. It's coming back to me as I'm reading it. But I wrote down here, when Sawyer's describing all of the shit that Poppy's done to us, he slips up and says, Poppy is so innocent, in parentheses, ... as I'm abbreviating the quote. She knew the hour of joy was coming, and she left out that detail. Yes, that doesn't surprise me. Has she not strung you along, betrayed you, and told you only what you needed to know to do exactly as he asked? He switches the pronoun midway through that conversation, or midway through that sentence. And it's as though he is implying that Poppy is treating us, the player, exactly how the prototype treated him. And that's why the whole theater incident happened, is because he was betrayed by the prototype to cause the theater incident under the good faith that it would go a different way. Because he had teamed up with the prototype in some ways once the other higher-ups started to say, hey, we want to get rid of you. He doesn't trust the prototype. He just knows that he has better odds working with the prototype than he does with the others. Like, bro, the prototype would hate you, actually. I fucking love how much they despise each other. Can I just do an entire bingo card of my Harley Sawyer theories? No, fuck it. I'm committing. Even more Sawyer daddy issues. Because we all know this stems from his daddy issues with Ludwig. They might hate each other, but they know each other's worth. Exactly. And despite his position, he's still not afraid to stand up to the prototype and tell him, these are the facts. The prototype. I'm about to do what is called a pro gamer move. Kills the doctor. What? Hold on, what is... Oh. Kevin, why is your name tag so high? You know what? I kind of feel like the theater incident reveal and even more Sawyer daddy issues are, in some way, kind of the same thing. I feel like I should make a prediction about the inside animals. Or wrong side animals. Oh, good night, Fuzzy Flanders. Ah, yes, Sawyer's daddy issues, definitely. Yeah. No, he has major daddy issues. Definitely not Frag referring to the doctor as Sawyer Daddy and saying he has even more issues. No, I love a broken man. Not only is he depressed over the success of his own big brain, but he also has the biggest issue with his daddy, which is his daddy doesn't love him. His daddy loves that stupid red-haired doll. Maybe if he wasn't committing atrocities, then maybe Daddy would love him. It's his own fault. That's what I love the most. It's his own fault. His life sucks. Oh, I love me a good miserable villain. Everything that's gone wrong is his own fault. The other problem of going to sleep before midnight, I can't fall back asleep no matter how hard I try. Boy, I get that. Alright, this one's gonna be a prediction that's gonna make me sad if it's true. How do you spell automals? Is that how they're spelling it? It is not. I think the wrong side automals are literally just going to be a new version of smiling critters. They're just going to be little guys that crawl around on the ground and bite your ankles again. I don't think that they're going to be any different whatsoever. Makes me sad, but I'm hoping that's going to be wrong. And one thing I did think was interesting with the wrong side automals, we get this one particular image. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I don't know why there's a time on this one. I think because it was made as a thumbnail. But this is what the wrong side automals look like that we know of so far. This is the only one that's been directly revealed. But the thing that I noticed that stood out about this picture is this chair that it's sitting on. He'll bite your butt this time. What the fuck? Ugly ass thing? Yeah, they are very ugly. Supposedly, the idea behind them is that they were a factory defect, and like a shit ton of them were made inside out, which was not how they were supposed to be made. And then to try and market off of it, they tried selling it as an intentional thing, and then it obviously flopped. I'm gonna brighten it up a little bit. But yeah, this chair is really unique. I don't think we've ever seen it before. I could be wrong. But it's weird that it's like this. It looks like it's shaped after a creature. Like this is some kind of dino or something, like a dino tail. This looks like some kind of leg. I mean, this even... Wait a minute, no, that's literally Pianosaurus's leg. Isn't it? Hold on. This is gonna have a black background on it. So, I don't know, maybe I'm disillusioned, but we've got our big, round, chunky thigh, skinny piece with ball joints, that looks like a ball joint there, and then this, like, teardrop-shaped foot. But these dots down the back, they're not rainbow. That thing's gonna make you need a tetanus shot if they bite you. Fucking patchwork fugly's creature. Frag wants to be in that chair? Nah. Prototype doesn't do shit for me. I want that fuck up of a man. Looks like a dentist chair. That toy is not strapped down. Has anyone noticed that? Yeah, I noticed that as soon as I pulled the picture up and thought it was kind of funny. If anything, it literally looks like one of the nightmare critters just turned inside out. But none of them are orange, are they? I see the headrest and upper backrest. Yeah, this chair is suspiciously Pianosaurus shaped. Thought it was just a critter on the floor. Also possible. I don't think we can see enough of it to truly tell. Check what I just put in show and tell. Let me go see. Oh, ew. No, yeah, you're right on that. Dragon's red. Oh, is it Dog Day? It could be. That would be really funny. I mean, they have the same speaker. But why would the speaker be on this side? Ugh, I just noticed, like, the black goop oozing out of the eyes and the mouth. Like, I'm trying to piece together what this would look like turned inside out, and yeah, I mean, it very easily could just be a dog day. I guess I don't need to put that in for the theory, though, because that's literally what we have already, is that they are just more critters. They're inside out, who's to tell whether it's meant to be smiling or nightmare critter? True. It's now a Yad god? You know, the one thing that I would love to have a little more information on is whether or not they're gonna retcon the information we've already been given about Ludwig. Because we've got really conflicting information about Ludwig. Because the first chapter says explicitly that he never had any children. But then during the nightmare sequence of chapter 2, or I'm sorry, 3, we hear that radio broadcast that could have just been a hallucination, but it tells us about how the body of a dead boy was found in Ludwig's home. Oh, I'm sorry, Boko. Have I drank too much of the water? Here, let me refill my cup of water so you can have a drink. Here you go, bud. Oh, it's dog day backwards. I see. Love the prototype's fingers, nature's finest kebab skewers, campfire approved. Would have saved me from licking that grill, oh no! Yeah, I don't think it was his kid. I do kind of think that it was Ollie, though. Maybe I should put that down. But part of me thinks they're just never going to touch on that again, because I don't know, it doesn't feel like it was really relevant anymore. It feels like maybe they didn't mean to keep that information. It's so hard to tell. But we still don't know why there was a dead kid found in his house. I mean, aside from, obviously, Ludwig and Sawyer. Or not Ludwig, Leith. Pantac is Catnap's wrong side animal. I want to know more about Ollie. Like, did he ever exist? Oh. Interesting. I don't know if we're going to get Ollie to come back either. Because now that we've had it revealed that it was the prototype for a while there, I don't know if that was meant to indicate that it's always been the prototype, or if it's... Because this is the part that throws me off. I'm sorry, I'm checking the wiki page just to see if there's any stuff that I'm not remembering. It says that under the history here, Ollie was once an orphan living at Playcare, as proven by the fact that a sign saying Ollie's room can be found out of bounds in Chapter 3. At an unknown time, the prototype began mimicking his voice to manipulate Poppy Playtime. I don't know if I could count that as canon. Because it's out of bounds. That means it was not intended to be there. And I know in Chapter 3 they had to do a lot of changing around for a lot of the plot because of how things were going. They redacted a lot. And there's a lot of remnants of what was redacted. Like that whole plot about Eddie incorporating an in-facility sort of currency for the children to use. Maybe the plushie on the chair is Ollie. Or the wrong side animals suck up gas instead of spewing it. They can suck up the red mist. I don't know if we're going to even get any more of the red mist, to be honest, because we're going further and further down. And they said in the last chapter, the deeper you go, the more compressed, like the higher the pressure is. And so the gas becomes a solid state, or like a compressed state. That's why it becomes so explosive. And they really haven't done anything with a gel yet. They've talked about this gel a lot. So I think that we're going to be getting more of that. In fact, that's actually what we saw in the trailer, I think, was probably something to do with that Poppy gel, with like the gross, fleshy stuff. I think I've got a prediction. During the prototype's fight, we used the flare hand, and due to the buildup of pressurized gas, it explodes both the player and the prototype. That would be a fun callback to Chapter 4.
Security alert!
Oh.
Security alert!
Hello!
FragRaptor Gamer has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
Welcome! Thank you for the raid, Trax. Let's get you a shout out. But welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're interested in Poppy Playtime, because we're currently working on a predictions card here for what's going to happen in Chapter 5. Short-lived Fortnite stream, as I ask my mods, is the stream okay? They respond, all good, but it costs the stream... Oh, costs the stream to restart 10 times. Oh no! Oh, that's rough. I'm sorry that you had so many difficulties with your stream today. Hopefully that'll be fixed in the next time that you go live. Did you at least have fun playing Fortnite? Fortnite has actually been quite a common topic on today's conversation because apparently they decided to drop a shit ton of canon lore during the Poppy Playtime crossover with Fortnite. I don't know why they would do that. Was a filler streamer, after all, to finish up South Park quests to Fall Guys sports game mode. Sounds like a lot of fun. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here, you and your raider. If you have to raid and run, that is also perfectly fine. We'll take good care of them. They did the same thing with Star Wars. Weirdest thing, they prefer to put it on Fortnite instead of Fall Guys, their own game. So yeah, but it's limited time, and why not add Fall Guys sports mode in real Fall Guys game? Who knows, man? Oh, looks like we lost our eggs. Hold on, let's regather everybody. I think Kevin might be stuck. He's doing the dino shuffle over there. If you're not familiar with stream avatars, that's what all these little guys are. Oops, sorry, Silverwing, didn't mean to flip you. Every single one of these represents a person here watching the stream. Let me help you out, Kevin. Why is your name tag so far away? Anybody else stuck? Doesn't look like it. Let's get you guys your uppies again. Involving on Popple's elbows. Huge twist villain reveal for the final film in the trilogy, revealed in a Fortnite event. Are you kidding me? Wow, that's wild.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. And the posture check. check the wiki and see if it still confirms that he didn't have any kids and that that's like a weird crossover of information, because that throws me off so bad. Once I finish going through the last bits of the Fortnite Poppy lore and skim a few more pages for my own memory, I'll probably start working on my bingo card. Yeah, I just figured, you know, I'm feeling out of it today. I thought that I'd be doing a little more drawing, but so far haven't really felt it, and that's okay. We did make this awesome template, which, if you want it, Kevin, it is in the Discord. Talking about Fortnite made me remember something. This game do nice thing. Hold on, let me try that again. Talking about Fortnite made me remember sometimes this game, does nice things. I do remember to I'm not really sure what that is. I'm so sorry, Kohi. I'm not trying to be ignorant here. I'm struggling to read that. I don't know how to pronounce that. Association Les Enfants Bleus. It seems like this is some sort of child's charity or hospital, maybe? Maybe like a Make-A-Wish type thing? But yeah, if they did anything, any kind of association with any sort of charity or children's help and aid in some way, that's awesome. I almost just stood up and walked away from my PC without taking off my headphones. The cord is 3 meters, but still, that would have been bad. Said it well, that means blue child. But I didn't know it was a French thing. I'm afraid I've never heard of it before. Oh, okay. I'm on their webpage now. Yeah, it's a help association for children who were victims of abuse. That's really awesome. I'm glad that Fortnite was able to reach out and do something like that. It's a special avatar made only for worker to help child. Aw, that's so nice. Oh, whoops. Ads are about to play in 1 minute here. I'm so sorry that I'm not really paying attention right now. I'm still reading Ludwig's wiki page here because I'm trying to figure out if it's still canon that he never actually had a child. Dude, this is gonna kill me. Not having this information. Ugh. Where do they say it even? Is it the first chapter? If it's the first chapter, I will open the game right fucking now and play it to find this quote. We have the Elliot Ludwig newspaper, which reads as follows. Playtime Co. was founded in 1930 by brilliant Elliot Ludwig. Like his namesake, Ludwig is a visionary and creative genius. Ludwig devoted every waking second of his life to bringing joy to children. However, his relentless work ethic came at the cost to his personal life, as his wife Molly divorced him in 1930. Despite this, as well as an unfortunate family death occurring later in his life, Elliot never stopped creating. Ludwig revolutionized the toy industry and brought happiness to millions. The world will never be the same. But that's definitely not the one that I remember. Okay, here is the transcript for the biography. Playtime Co. is the product of a great man named Elliot Ludwig. Divorced, but a family man at heart, his sights were always set on bringing amazing toys to amazing children around the globe. Ludwig spent countless hours at the factory, working overtime relentlessly in an attempt to continuously innovate and surprise. In the 1960s, an unfortunate family death had pushed Ludwig down to his lowest. But with so much ambition, he rose back up and continued to fulfill his vision of the Playco factory. Ludwig could never be content leaving a project unfinished. But just how did one man come to create such an astounding empire? How did he manage to stay determined after all of the suffering, or even after suffering such a tragic loss? It all began in the fateful year of 19 blank. I feel gaslit. I explicitly remember it saying that he does not have a child. And I feel like it was either removed or I'm hallucinating. The Fortnite Poppy collab still here? If yes, I've got a nephew who would be happy to see me come back to play a bit with him. I don't know. I don't know enough about Fortnite, unfortunately. I actually didn't even know that Fortnite had different games besides just shoot each other. That was a very recent discovery. Yeah, Kolar had to educate me on Fortnite. Angie. Alright, well, I obviously can't let go of this thought, so I'm gonna have to put it in here as something. Let's find a way to put it into words. Oh, welcome back, Sir Gillingham. Scolded Kolar about dwarf racism earlier. Just say Ludwig lore. Ludwig / Ollie / dead boy lore. Because this is the only reason why I can't confidently say that I believe the Ludwig is the prototype theory. Not racism, dwarf archetypes, stereotypes. Suddenly, Moss on a watch list. Only a couple more to go. I was confused by dwarf racism for a second. I thought some said the KE word. I'm gonna say there's gonna be some sort of mind control reveal. Because they haven't committed to that. It's been heavily hinted, but they've never truly committed to saying that it's outright the prototype mind controlling people. Yeah, we're making a bingo card for predictions of things that are going to happen in the new chapter this month. Holy crap. I think I just mentally blue screened. Can someone remind me what I just said? It's gone. It's just absolutely gone. What the fuck? What was I gonna write? What the hell? Mind control! Yes! Oh my god, thank you, Q! Holy shit. See, I'm telling y'all, when I talk about this brain fog, I'm not exaggerating. It is that bad. Like, when my grandma got old, she got hella dementia. And I'm just sitting here, gonna be turning 32 this year, thinking, wow, that shit's gonna be a breeze when I'm old. I'm already living with it. Let's say prototype mind control. Prototype mind control on Moss almost succeeded. It's getting too close to the truth. Prototype doing the "there is no war in Ba Sing Se" on Frag to make them forget about the prototype's mind control. Hmm. Oh, wait, shit. This whole time I'm thinking, like, how is Bruno White gonna make any kind of, like, he's got to have some kind of appearance or something in this upcoming chapter. Like, they're not gonna drop him in chapter 4 the way that they did and be like, yeah, he's taking over Harley's job. And then just, like, not do anything with him. But he's also dead. Like, I'm pretty sure he's confirmed dead. And I forgot about that. Let's think back more to the ARG. We don't actually know what happens to Jessica Newman. We don't know what happened to Preston either, but I feel like Jessica's fate is a little more concerning. Like, I feel like Preston's gonna come back, and we're gonna get to see him doing more stuff. Jessica, though, she's got a lot of incentive to turn on everyone. Let's throw this one out here. I'm gonna throw completely new character. And the reason I'm throwing that one out there is because I feel like they haven't really given us much. Ah. That's hard to read. I'm gonna be safe, though, and put this one here because I don't know, man. That one feels like it's gonna be a risky one to have. But I think that they're gonna add or have a new character show up, like a new character reveal, a new boss reveal, something. Something they haven't advertised or shown us yet. Preston left him alone in the towns of Sanctuary. Couldn't handle all his comments about another settlement needing my help. What is this a reference to, Zatani? Fallout 4, okay. I'm very unfamiliar with the Fallout stories. Constantly telling you settlements need your help. See, I want to say we're going to get a reveal about Jessica Newman of some sort, but I don't know. So far, all of her appearances have been completely human. And I don't think that they'd be willing to have her become a part of the game at all until she takes some sort of toy form, if she does. Tell you what, we'll just go Jessica / PW fate reveal. So we at least should hopefully find out what happened to them. The / goes on the line prior, not the line after. My English teachers would be frowning upon my education. And we can move this one over here. That one feels a much safer bet. Now, a lot of focus has been on the lullaby room, and I don't know what I could predict anything to happen with that room other than the reconditioning. Which, at this point, we have learned the reconditioning does basically brainwash them into forgetting who they were. You know what? I've got another one. Have you ever gotten a tape to blah, 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 choke on my tongue? Have we ever gotten a tape that targeted the player directly? Yes. Kind of. The Nightmare Huggy tape. But that one's still arguably a hallucination. I want to include that cue, but again, that's one that's kind of already been confirmed. Yeah. So we've had several iterations of the prototype described as being an amalgamation of multiple toys. And that if any toy is deceased or dies, he makes them a part of him. Like any one of his followers. So Mommy was actually very against the idea. Oh, you mean like there's more than one prototype? Like he's... Do you mean it as like different people? Like different prototypes with independent thinking? Or do you mean as different bodies for a same unanimous hive mind? Okay. That's one I could definitely see. I feel like that aligns very well with Kevin's theory, too, because Kevin's theory has been that the prototype is not strictly kept to one body. That's a vague way of describing it. But it's more like he's incorporated into more of the facility. Kind of like Harley, but with bodies as well. This one's a total shot in the dark. Oh, but if they're gonna keep trying to go for 10 chapters, then it's not. But it's not gonna be accurate to this one. I keep thinking on it. And for some reason, in the back of my mind, I keep just kind of lingering on the idea that Eddie Ritterman is going to be very relevant this chapter. I don't know why. He's just been so quiet. He's been one of the most diabolical characters in the entire series. And for how little he's actually made an appearance, it's wild to me that they aren't highlighting him as more of the villain he is. Like, he straight up killed a dude. He's killed multiple dudes. But that one was particularly bad. He feels like the Starscream to Lithpierre's Megatron. See, I don't want to do a committed so-and-so is the prototype because I don't think this will be revealed in this chapter. I think instead of saying, you know, Ludwig is the prototype or Ollie is the prototype or whatever, I think it's just going to be everyone is the prototype. I don't think the prototype is a single brain or entity anymore. I think it's something. It just keeps eating other consciousnesses. The player is the prototype. Oh, here's a good one from the ARG. Find out who is seeing reason. So, seeing reason is a person who is still alive inside of the factory during the ARG. So while we are getting the reveals of Preston and Jessica and everyone like that and all of our other new characters and everything, we don't know anything about her other than she is below the labs. So she is where we are about to go in the game. The only thing that we really know about her specifically is that she self-described herself as a friendly neighborhood gumshoe. Sorry, closing out of a bunch of all these tabs that I've had open. Oh wait, duh. Here's a really easy one. New toy commercial opening. Maybe we should just say new toy commercial. I don't want to be deceived by that last little bit. That's like a guaranteed thing. They've really been doing a lot with Braun lately, and I know I've already got the player is Thomas Clark. Part of me wants to say we're going to get a bigger body of a previously named character. I think I'm going to commit to that. That sounds realistic. It's not censored. I don't care. Good enough. Now that we have all these predictions, I'm going to go ahead and flatten them all together and put an outline on them so that they're easier to read, but I'm not going to say this is set in stone. I might come back to this, change things up, change up predictions. I have up until I play the game to set it in stone. Oh, we don't want limon. That one's going to get a red outline. Here we go. Set in stone. Best get your chisel and a big slab of granite then. Lemon!
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Wih! And thank you, Q, for the care package. We've got a hydrate, a posture check, and a big stretch. Oh, wow. That felt good. And we've only got about 20 minutes before we are done here. Let me see if there's anyone already live for me to raid out too soon. You and me both, Sir Gillaham. I hope you find a good snack. You know what? I'll come back and find somebody after. Because we've got just enough time for a little bit of doodling. Let me undo my collapsing of all of these layers, though, just in case we want to go back and change something. There we go. Doodle the limon. You know what? We've got just enough time that I can do that. Let me go get a reference of limon. We have to make him size accurate. It's a fairly big lemon, if I remember correctly. More akin to a football, I'd say. Bigger Bodies Initiative lemon. Oh, I hope they do that. I really do. I want the prototype to be lemon. It's so stupid. Those little nubbins. When you think about it, a lemon is just a boob with a nipple on each side. Don't think about it. I need to stop talking. I feel like he needs the wider set eyes like I do for Huggy. Don't quote me on that. I also love that Lemon canonically has, like, the single shittiest texture possible. Like, bro could not catch a break. And they gave him such a perfect, just like, hey guys, kind of face. Lemon is just a spicy orange. Do you know that lemons aren't naturally occurring? Limes are not either. So the saying shall be, when life gives you mandarins, citron, and pomelos, just make lemons. Yeah, that's a really busted phrase when you think about it. Because life never gave us lemons. We gave ourselves lemons. Look at him. He's just so happy to be here. He looks like he's gonna wish me a good day at school tomorrow. There we go. Limon. Limon's either going to wish you a good day or is on some of that really good shit. Maybe a little of both. Yeah, no, he's definitely on a little bit of both. He's got the good side of that red juice. I hope that if I ever get around to actually making my own game one day, that I remember to do something similar to Limon. I always wanted to leave little Easter eggs in anything that I created like that. Popple, why does he kind of look like a cousin of yours? Oh my god, he's so little! What have we got here? A little under 10 minutes. Plus our ad break. Popple's cousin who works for Lemonheads. He's got a different cousin for every dispenser type. Oh, that'd be cute. Hiding a pink feather in each game. Well, let's see. We've got just enough time that maybe I could throw a quick doughy onto this size chart. If I could make it big enough, Jesus. Well, let's remember how big Dog Day is. Doughy's usually fairly easy for me to draw. Real question is, what kind of stance do I want to give him? I feel like he would slouch. Like, he kind of feels like he'd be, like, belly forward kind of guy. Actually, wait, he's a lot smaller than the other guys. That might be too big. I think I actually have... Let me check real quick. I did make a size reference for him in Dog Day, because when I made his model, I needed to make sure of that. Which version of Doughy? Dad Bod Doughy or Monster Doughy? I've never drawn Monster Doughy. That's right, he is shorter. I forgot. I'm putting you over there. Go over here. I'm right-handed. I always assume that I'm left-handed for some reason. All right. Gotta make you wider, though. Only just barely shorter. You were left-handed in a past life. I wouldn't be surprised. I've had a couple, spiritual readings, one could say, of a past life of mine. It's interesting, the results. Really want to retain that S-curve that we had. He's shaped like a 6. He's definitely the kind to let his hands drag on the ground, I think. It's just a convenient place for them. Were you an herbivorous dinosaur in a previous life? God, I hope not. Nah, that's being prejudiced. I'm actually quite fond of Parasaurolophia. I think I would enjoy living as one. Probably scratching his big old head. I feel like I draw him in that pose quite often, but... I feel like his head bothers him a lot. Maybe. He is definitely well trained in the art of self-soothing. Which is a very admirable trait in a man. Man, I really didn't realize how big Mommy is. And with that, we have hit our 6-hour mark, and our ads are about to play, so after they are done, when we wrap up Doey here, we will be rating out. AU idea, a Doey who doesn't switch personalities, and instead, the 3 people inside of him have to work in tandem to move around. I've seen a couple of AUs where people have taken that idea and gone a couple different directions with it. Doey honestly kind of is one of my favorite interpretations of the whole concept of having multiple personalities, because he's very well depicted. I did study multiple personalities, which is not what we call it anymore, back when I was in college. That was one of my fields of interest when I was studying anything psychology. And they did a really good job with him. He's definitely way more realistic than most multiple personality types that they have out there these days. A lot of them are a little too trendy, in my opinion. They make it look too fashionable, too romanticized. But such is the trend right now. It is a very popular, trendy disease. I don't know if disease is the right word for it. Disease always sounds bad. Like, it sounds worse than just saying something's a condition. But technically, endometriosis is a disease. be fair, when we see Mommy, she's usually scrambling around on all fours. That's true. It is? What part are you asking about, Kat? Just picturing this one idea where first they keep trying to go into different directions and it causes him to fall apart from himself. Oh, that's cute. I actually really love this pose. This is really cute. That arm's a little stiff, but we'll work it out another time. This is really just a gesture sketch. Oh no! If anything, I guess I gave him a little more legs than I usually do, but there's nothing wrong with that. I don't really like the way that this arm looks. I feel like it lost some of that swoopiness. Go play with it again another time. God, Doey's just one of the most fun ones to draw because he really is just shapes. He's just a stack of blobs. And yet he's got such a great personality, or personalities, I should say. Normally, this shape language is reserved for characters who are really, really cuddly and soft and lovable. And granted, he can be. I really like that they mix it up with his temper and him being more of a guardian character. He can't just be a goofy, lovable oaf, because he's got kids to take care of. He's a single father of like 20. You think Doey has to moisturize to stop himself from drying out? I don't. I want to say he does, just because I think that that is a very comical bit. He is a little off scale, just a little bit here. I might change that arm, but a good little addition. Maybe I can drag it down a little more just to create that better illusion that is sort of just falling behind. We'll see. We'll come back to it another time. Not bad, though. Nice to have another addition on here. Actually, 2 new additions, because, again, we have Limon. But, that all being said, we are ready to wrap things up for the night. And goodness knows, Bronx has made her presence known and that she would like to go chase the rabbit in the backyard. So let's find someone to throw you guys at. Any plans for what to play on tomorrow's stream? Gonna guess more Outer Wilds. Yeah, so currently the plan is Outer Wilds, but again, I'm still dealing with this endo flare, so I kind of just have to play it by ear. If I'm not feeling good and up to Outer Wilds, because again, you kind of need your brain for that one, and mine hasn't been the best this last week, then I will probably switch off to speedrunning through all of the previous chapters of Poppy. Just because I know that's something that I can do whether I'm dumb or not. Ooh, and I know exactly who I want to throw you guys at. I'm currently under an ad for them, though. They've only been live for about 2 hours. I don't know how long they're going to go for. That is very much what my last brain cell is like right now. And thank you, Kat! All right, we are going to raid out to Echo Fae. They are currently working on an incredible looking creature. I don't want to call it a dragon because it doesn't have, I can only see the head. And it doesn't have the telltale signs of a dragon, but it's dragon-esque. We'll go with that. Let's get our raid message up and running. It won't let me copy my own raid message. But there we are. Feel free to copy and paste that when you get there. You don't have to, no obligation, but do please try to bring something nice to say to our artist friend. We always try to encourage that around here. Spread that love. Tomorrow we've already touched on 3D Thursday. That's going to be a weird one because I am really tied up right now between Adam and the players' videos and Ko-fi listings. So potentially we might be doing the plushie for Hoppy, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure it out when we get there. Until then, I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here with me today. Have a great evening. Goodbye.